Thank you. Hi, Demlis. I don't know if you
Hey,
can.
Gail, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Are you back from Japan?
Oh yeah,
Oh, okay. All right. Welcome back. Hope it was a good trip.
most definitely was. Thank you.
Great.
How have you been?
Good, busy,
Yeah,
but good. No big problems. Just the usual amount of problems.
I hear you. I hear you. Hey, Mr. Mayor, how you doing?
Good, good.
Haven't seen you since the airport.
Did you tell these people that we didn't see a single homeless person in Japan? At least I didn't. Maybe you did.
Well, that wasn't the first thing that I highlighted when speaking of the trip.
So let's see. We do have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are you ready to go?
Melvin, Eduardo, Nat, everybody, Tom.
Pam, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so welcome everybody for the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez. Vice Mayor Martinez,
Here.
and Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Butt.
Here.
Everyone is present.
Good. Would you read the closed session items, please? And I
Yes,
believe
sir.
we've added an item, so be sure and get that in.
Okay, I'm gonna need the city attorney to announce that item.
Okay.
And I'll read the other items listed on the agenda and then turn it over to the city attorney. During closed session, council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, this Richmond Shoreline Alliance versus City of Richmond, Negata versus City of Richmond, under conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives are Jacqueline Gross and Sharon Taylor. Employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiator, property located at 12th and McDonald. Agency negotiators are David Alshire, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, SAAEBI, Richmond Partners LLC, and under negotiation, price and terms of payment. Property located at South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties are Mayor Flores Community Devco LLC. Under negotiation, price and terms of payment. And Dave. You're muted.
Do you have
Dave.
any public speakers signed up?
We don't have any public speakers, but I'm waiting for Dave to announce the last item.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Dave.
You're muted, Dave.
Okay, sorry. We, under the Brown Act provision that allows discussion of state audit reports, we need, this item arose subsequent to posting of the agenda. We were not informed of the matter until Friday night, so we couldn't get it on the agenda in the regular form. So we need the council to determine that the need to consider this item arose subsequent to the posting of the agenda. And that needs to be by a 5/7 vote. So there needs to be a motion to add it.
I move it be added.
Second. You're muted, Tom.
Thank you.
Could you
Mayor, you're muted.
quickly state the motion again? I'm sorry,
The motion is to determined that the need to discuss this state report arose subsequent to posting the agenda, and that we have a 2/3 vote that allows us to add it to the agenda and discuss it.
Thanks.
So we had a motion by Bates, a second by Johnson, and let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So do you still not have any public speakers?
There are no requests to address the council.
Okay, well, in that case, we are adjourned to closed session.
Thank you, council.
Dave, shoot,
What do you want me to do with your phone?
JC, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Hear you. All right, I'll put you on mute. The council is still in closed session. No ETA. I'll put you on mute.
All right.
Did bring,
Hello, this is Richard from KCRT Television. We are running the webinar. I'm trying to bring in Candace Stewart and Tamara Walker. Please look on your screen for our dialog box. We'll bring you in as a panelist. This is for Candace and Tamara.
City Clerk, are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everybody to the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority, which we'll be starting with tonight. Would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Bates. Commissioner Bates. Commissioner Menace.
Presente.
Commissioner Johnson.
Here.
Vice Chair Martinez.
Presente.
Commissioner McLaughlin.
Here.
Commissioner Willis.
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott. Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
Present.
Okay, and Chair Butt.
Here.
Lieutenant Commissioner Bates, I'm sorry, is Commissioner Bates present?
Okay, the next item is our public comment instructional video.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Next item is agenda review. We have 2 items on the consent calendar. Does anybody want to make a change to that? Okay, the next item is the consent calendar. And before we have a motion, are there any public speakers on items on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, did you say there's 2 items pulled to consent?
I see 2 items on the consent calendar.
Oh, we're on housing authority, sorry. Okay.
Right.
We do have 2 hands raised to address the council, but I'm wondering, are these speakers for the city council agenda? We're currently on the Richmond Housing Authority. Okay, we have no speakers.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move the item.
A second,
Okay, motion by Martinez, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Bates? Commissioner Bates is absent. Commissioner Jimenez?
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson?
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin?
yes,
Commissioner Willis?
Yes.
Vice Chair Martinez?
Yes.
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott?
Yes.
And Chair Bud.
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioner Bates absent.
You can
Here,
record
he's
as
here.
a yes
He's here
vote.
if you want to get a vote.
Okay. The records show that Commissioner Bates is here and he has voted yes for the consent calendar.
Okay, the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority is now adjourned, and we're convening the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Martinez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
here,
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
and Mayor Bud.
Here. So the next item is statement of conflict of interest. Does anybody have one? Don't see any. The next item is agenda review, and I'll start by asking that we remove item U.4.C from the consent calendar. And that, I'll tell you what that item is. Contract for core team for Castro Encampment Resolution project. Any other changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have a request to continue item U6A to November 1st.
That's from staff, right?
No,
This is from council.
no, it's not from staff. The city staff would like the city council to consider the item this evening.
So who asked that we continue it?
I did. Based on the discussion in closed session, is city council willing to keep this item on consent, or would you like to discuss it?
Well, it will be, we can discuss it if it's needed. I feel like there is this item is asking City Council to appropriate $12 million to other things and put it in a consent calendar. Is
The
not
past
okay.
practice.
But you want to take it off consent?
Yes.
We're following
Okay.
past practice and we'll certainly.
Have you talked to Shasa or Nikki about it, or Delmy?
Yeah, I sent some questions. The questions were presented at 1:30 this afternoon. And this is why I was thinking that for us to have good information and doing that, it will be appropriate to move it to other day. So all the city council can have more opportunity to review the information.
Okay, we'll pull that off consent and move it to the end.
Actually, Mayor, but if the council wants to hear it at another date, we're totally fine with that.
Well, the council's gonna have to vote on it. We can't.
Okay, I'm just, whatever the council decides, we're staff
Question,
fine with.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
I have a
McClung.
question because city manager, I thought the discussion in closed session was saying that, and some of the emails that I was privy to with Councilmember Jimenez was that you were saying that this was important to hear today.
It is, but if the council, I thought we responded to the questions that Councilmember Jimenez provided. I thought that we had a great discussion in closed session, so I didn't know that the item was going to continue to be pulled. So I just want to make sure that we have a transparent process, and I'm happy to move forward as directed by council.
But what is it? But do you feel?
I think that the item should be heard this evening.
So is it essential to hear it for the audit or not?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Jimenez, I guess it's up to you in terms of whether you want to hear it tonight or hold it over, and we would have to vote on the whole.
I think getting out of the consent calendar and hearing that discussion tonight will be okay. It's
Okay,
just
all right. So it'll be taken off the consent calendar. Okay, any other changes to the consent calendar? Okay, I don't see any, so those changes are accepted. And the next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council. There were 3 items on the closed session agenda which we did not discuss. One was the litigation matter, Richmond Shoreline Alliance versus Richmond. The second one was the case Nikita versus City of Richmond. The third one was real property negotiations, the property at 45 South 45th Street, the property we've referred to as the Miraflores project. So none of those 3 items were discussed. We ran out of time. The items that were discussed included direction to the negotiators in terms of the labor negotiations with the city's various bargaining units. That is item C2. There was no reportable action taken, but direction was given for further negotiations. Also, the real property item at 12th and McDonald, we gave a status report on those negotiations. And again, direction was given for further negotiations to the city's negotiating team. Finally, there was an item added to the agenda by unanimous vote under the Government Code Brown Act Section 54956.75. This item authorizes closed session discussions of reports by the Bureau of State Audits. And so there was a discussion of that item in closed session. There was no reportable action that was given to the city's representative. So that concludes the closed session report.
The next item is report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Vett and members of the City Council and Richmond committee members. Contra Costa County, according to Contra Costa Health Services, is entering into a new phase of COVID response. Beginning Friday, September 30th, that will be the last day of operations at the county's 2 COVID testing sites located in Richmond and San Ramon, which have been providing free testing to the community for more than 2 years during the pandemic. In recent months, usage of these 2 facilities has dropped considerably as more people use home tests or get tested at pharmacies or through their doctors. Although the county testing sites have sunset, people can also still get tested through their regular healthcare providers, state testing sites, pharmacies, or by purchasing over-the-counter test kits. Free at-home tests are available to residents at Contra Costa County's 26 library branches and at the county's 3 COVID vaccine sites in Concord and Antioch that remain open. For more information regarding COVID testing, you can always call the city manager's office at 510-620-6512. On Saturday, October 22nd, please join us at the Fall Fest from noon to 2 p.m. to celebrate the fall season and fall themed activities and a pumpkin hut and hay rides with ponies. Call 510-620-6793 for more information, and we hope to see you there at Nickel Park. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next item is report from the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. Do we have anybody to give a report?
Council members, it does not. Good evening. This is LaShonda White, Interim Director for Community Services. It does not appear at this time that we have anyone available from the task force to provide an update. So we will be ready for next month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. The next item-
Excuse me, I see the chair of the task force on the attendees. So I don't know if you can let her in to provide some of the information, if that is okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. You are correct. I did not see Chair Small.
Greetings, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, this is Deborah Small. I'm chair of the task force. The person who was supposed to give the report this evening is not here. So I just wanted to give a very, very quick update to the council on where we are. We did not meet during the month of August. We did meet in September. We spent a fair amount of time interacting with Urban Strategies, which is the organization that's been retained to help develop the CCRP program. So we spent a fair amount of time at our last meeting discussing with them the input that they had received from the community, from the various community meetings that they've had about the city needs and about the efforts that they're making to assess the best way that the CCRP can interface and be developed consistent with the work that's happening around the more recent public health, mental health measures on the county and state level, implementing the Hall bill and the A3 program. We also got an update on what's happening with the Ryden Road encampment. That my understanding is that it's been closed, but the city is still working with the residents on their transition plan. We're hoping that all of that will be resolved by the end of the month. And the main thing that I wanted to bring to the attention of the City Council tonight is the issue concerning YouthWorks. As you know, that program was very successful last year in hiring a large number of Richmond youth who were placed in a variety of employment settings. But unfortunately, there were only 2 staff members that have been trying to manage a caseload of more than 250 youth participants. We're hoping that the city's manager's office or human resources will be able to move forward with hiring additional personnel, because my understanding is that there are at least another 200 to 300 applications for youth employment for which we have the funding, but we don't have enough people to manage. So my hope is that that will be able to move forward quickly. And that's the end of my report. Thank you.
May I offer a clarifying remark, Mayor?
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Smalls. City staff concur with your concerns regarding staffing. And upon implementation of the class and comp study for 10-21 and 21, we think it'll make it much easier for staff to recruit these difficult positions in a time where we're still experiencing very low unemployment levels in our community, and it's difficult for us to retain staff at the current salary ranges offered. So thank you for those comments.
Okay, the next item is open forum for public comment. So please call the, did you, you have a hand up, Councilmember Jimenez? Did you have?
Yeah,
something?
can I follow up with city manager in terms of they are what is the status of the hiring and the job listing for youth works, like the staff to?
I will defer to the HR director for those specifics. Sharon, are you able to join us at this time, or would you like to send an email tomorrow to the council with those details?
Yes, I can respond. We are recruiting for employment program specialists for the employment and training department. We have requested the support from a consultant to help us because it is a hard to fill position. We've recruited at least 2 rounds, and they were able to hire several people off of the list. But as you all know, there are more vacancies to be filled. So we have requested the support of a consultant to help us with our next round of recruitment. So we will definitely keep all informed, but we are really acutely aware of the need, and we hope that we can pull this together for our summer youth program. And it's highly important that it's staffed. I thank you all for your concern.
Thank you so much. And can you let us know like the deadlines for when the new hiring will happen?
I can provide that to you. I can send you an email with the timeline.
And
Okay.
it's also all open positions are included in the city manager's weekly report. So if anyone on the council or in the community is interested in spreading the good news, they're always in the weekly report on Friday. We would appreciate you distributing those job announcements to your network.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move on to open forum for public comment.
We currently have 10 hands raised, and the list is growing. The group is Janet Byron, Maria V, Zach Jennison, Deborah Baer, Mark Wasberg, Daniel Barth, Yenny Garcia, Jesse Turan, Eric Tolita. Janet, please unmute yourself, and you may begin in just one moment. Hold on one moment, Janet. We're waiting for the clock to come up for you.
Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
It'll be 2 minutes for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience. Okay, Janet, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Janet Byron, a co-founder of El Cerrito Strollers and Rollers, and I live in Credence Condos on San Pablo Avenue in El Cerrito. I'm here to let you know that UC Berkeley Safe Trek and California Walks have published their report from the Community Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Workshop that was held on July 25th for El Cerrito and Richmond Annex. I shared a link to the report with the city clerk earlier today. Richmond Councilmember Gail McLaughlin and City Transportation Planner Patrick Phelan were on the planning committee, as well as Yvette Ortiz, El Cerrito's Public Works Director, and representatives of local groups concerned with pedestrian and bike safety in El Cerrito and Richmond. The goals of the workshop were to develop recommendations for improving walking and biking safety between Richmond Annex area and El Cerrito, encourage more people to walk and bike and use public transit, and create a shared community vision with neighbors. While the workshop initially targeted bike and pedestrian safety in El Cerrito, the planning committee quickly realized that San Pablo Avenue creates an unfriendly and unsafe barrier between El Cerrito and Richmond Annex residents, making it a real challenge to access retail, services, and friends on the other side. The Safe Track CalWalks report includes a number of recommendations for making our streets safer and more welcoming for walkers, bikers, and multimodal transportation, and to improve crosstown connectivity with our neighbors in the Richmond Annex. We encourage you to take a look and share any comments with us at elcerritostrollroll@gmail.com. El Cerrito Strollers and Rollers looks forward to working with our colleagues in Richmond to implement many of the report's recommendations, especially as they pertain to improving connectivity for walkers and bikers between our two cities. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to remind all speakers to please keep your comments respectful. The next speaker is Maria V. Maria, you may begin. Maria, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your last name for the record.
11:30 to 1:15.
Hi, my name is Maria Vasquez. I'm a Richmond resident. I read that Doria Robinson, who's a candidate for city council, was just awarded a $32 million grant for the city of Richmond, which is so amazing. But I also read that it's against the law for a city councilman to have a contract with the city. So if she did win, she would then put those $32 million at risk of being voided, $32 million of grant money that would otherwise be invested into our community. So I just wanted to bring this up to you guys to make sure someone's looking into it, because there's a lot at stake and it's important, and I would hate for such a valuable resource to be lost to the city. I'm done.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jack Jensen. Jack, you may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name is Zach Jensen, and I'm a resident of District 6. I'm calling about the proposed 60% of the CPI provision of Prop P. I'm a small property owner. I live in a triplex that I own, and the other units are occupied by long-term renters. I bought the property in 2015 with no help and from years of saving paychecks. I grew up in rentals, and I'm a rent control advocate. I've broken even on the property or just been slightly negative, except for a large loss this year. I understand council's desire to place a 3% cap on rent increases to protect renters from inflation, but I don't agree with setting the rent increases to 60% of the CPI from here going forward. For owners like myself who experience annual operational losses, it will lock in losses annually, and the losses will increase each year. Annual losses due to expenses aside, I do not get bailed out by any hypothetical increases in equity. Council, please understand an income property's worth is not determined by the same way that a single family homes is. A home's worth is based on whatever the local market will bear. An income property's worth is based on rent minus expenses divided by the cap for the area. If you restrict increases to 60% in the CPI, you are lowering a property's potential value year over year, and that should concern council. Over time, it's very likely some owners could find themselves underwater, and that's not being dramatic, it's just the math. If Prop P passes and includes the 60% restriction in time, the only entities willing or able to buy multi-unit properties in Richmond will be corporate or large-scale owners or those who benefit from inherited wealth. Even as a small landlord, I support Measure U's increases to my business license fees because I believe in a well-funded city. The coming hits of Measure U, inflation, annual increases in property taxes will be tough to withstand, but I'm doing my part. Please consider the negative effects of the 60% CPI provision of Prop P, because all of those things, in addition to guaranteed lower property value over time, will make the city untenable for current or prospective small owners without large cash reserves. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Deborah Bayer. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you. I want to congratulate the City Council for coming together and finalizing a contract which has been, you've been negotiating for many, seems like for months and months, if not for a couple of years, with the Richmond Police Officers Association. So that's a show of unity that I appreciate, and I'm sure the policemen who are getting a 20% raise over 3 years will be appreciating that also. And I hope in the coming months that the rest of the civil servants in Richmond will receive a comparable wage increase, because they haven't for a long time. And I'm sure what you've done, since it's been hard to recruit policemen, giving them that 20% increase should make them feel supported and hopefully will help with recruitment and retention. So congratulate you all. Thank you. And I think there was some meme that the council is defunding the police. I really think this shows that we are funding the police, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Bosberg. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
It was on BuzzFeed forum that 600 jobs are going to be lost because of Measure U and the vandals at Castro, because it was going over to the company and vandalizing the company. See, this is the RPA doing. How much people are you going to have to wake up and realize what the RPA is doing to this city? How many more livelihoods they're going to be destroying just because they want to do this small business stuff? And now you got somebody made a swastika in Point Richmond out of a street sign. And it's getting bad out there, people. This is no joke. And this is Tom Butt's country. I don't know, bro. You know, you're violating our First Amendment rights, so you can't say this and you can't say that. I'm going to cut you off. You don't, I mean, that's what Hitler does, you know, Hitler, Mussolini, all these other dictators around the world, because they don't want to hear the truth, you know. I mean, that's what America's not all about, you know. You over there bragging that we have the First Amendment rights, then you over there shut us off. So vote for me for mayor. I'm leading in the polls, and I'll be one of the best mayors you have.
Off, Madam Clerk.
I'll destroy the
campaigning. No campaigning and to city council speakers.
Our next speaker is Daniel Barth. Daniel, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi there, this is Daniel Barth. I live on Chancellor Avenue, and I'm the executive director of SOS Richmond. I have two quick stories to tell you, and since there wasn't a mention of SOS in the Reimagining Public Safety report, I need to make a quick comment. Two quick stories. I was intervening this morning with Thomas, Shay, and Javier when they were being abated from First in Ohio on BNSF land. I got a call from a concerned resident who has been calling and talking with me often from Atchison Village. She thought I should know because even though she made the complaint, she was concerned for the individuals there. And so with BNSF police there and Public Works and RPD, it was a role that I played stepping in the middle of all of that. And I continued that role until like 6:30 this evening. Thankfully, you're all late. So the other story is about someone who lives in a creek or lived in a creek in San Pablo and was so disabled with an illness that we don't quite understand that we finally convinced him to come out. We had to walk him out, and it took a long time to practically carry him out to get him to Kaiser Hospital. That would not have happened without someone stepping in the middle. 1 year ago, we voted unanimously to take care of some of our public safety with unhoused interventions. 1 year ago, you voted on SOS Richmond. Our contract will end on November 30th, and I do believe that we need to be standing up for everyone's public safety, including our unhoused individuals. We can't sunset our everyday responses the way that we sunsetted Ride and Road, and it's gone, because it's not gone yet. I do thoroughly recommend that you keep SOS alive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Yenny Garcia. Yenny, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, my name is Yenny Garcia. Thank you so much for giving me time to talk. I just want to thank our council members for supporting our Bay Area Girls Club fundraiser this past Sunday. Also, all our chefs that were there. Demlis Johnson, thank you for buying tickets and supporting us. And to a special thanks to our Councilmember Melvin Willis, who was one of the chefs and cooked some amazing food. But I just wanted to thank everyone that attended, cooked, sponsored, donated, and coordinated for this event. We are so thankful that you provided confidence in our Bay Area Girls Club. I'm just going to mention the names of the chefs that were there and truly, truly appreciate your support. Billy Page, Randy Joseph, Eric Smith, Andrew Tadros, Nick Barche, Jamin Purcell, Jem Becker, Alberto Nodal, and Melvin Willis. So thank you so much for being able to support our girls in our West Contra Costa County. Our girls are 5 to 18. Most of them come from single parent homes that need the support to go on to college and further their education. And so we are really thankful to everyone that came out, supported, bought tickets, donated. And yeah, continue to support our Bay Area Girls Club because we definitely can use the help. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm Jessie Turan. I am a former resident of the Ryden Road encampment in Richmond. I was evicted a couple of weeks ago from the bus I was living in. All of my neighbors were as well. And although Richmond is putting us up in a Motel 6 or either here in Pinole or in Antioch, and no one has a place to live. You took our housing away and didn't give us anything to replace it with. Theoretically, we have money put aside somewhere, supposedly, to help with our transition plans. But the reason why we were living on Ryden Road is because we don't have any place else to go. So you took away our housing and left us truly homeless on the street with nothing to replace it with. And no one's checking in and no one's coming up with any answers. And I think that the community should know about that. All that needs to be done is give us a safe parking location. Give us a place where we are allowed to exist and we'll go there. The Supreme Court has declared that it is unconstitutional for a city to criminalize homelessness. I'm not a criminal. I'm homeless. That doesn't mean that I deserve to go to prison. It doesn't mean that I deserve to have all my possessions taken away. I'm a Richmond resident. I've lived here for 20 years. Where else am I going to go? Tell me that. Not only is it not fair to me what you're doing, it's unfair to the cities surrounding Richmond. You're going to push us all into other cities, hoping that they won't criminalize. Well, you don't really care what happens to us, clearly. No one's saying, let's have a report on how the Ryden Road residents are doing. Well, I'll tell you how they're doing. They're on the street now. Most of them are on the street or in the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eric Toledo. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Good evening. My name is Eric Toledo, Richmond resident, and I live in District 3. I understand that Urban Tilth is going to receive over $7 million from the state grant and contract with the city. Doria Robinson is the founder and director of Urban Tilth. She is also one of 3
point of order. This sounds like it's going to turn into a political speech. If it's about a candidate.
Well, it's not a campaign. A campaign speech is when somebody, is touting their campaign. This is about a city contract. So I'm going to allow it unless somebody overrules me.
Do I keep going?
If this is going to be about candidacy, it has to be stopped. I mean, unless this public speaker knows that this cannot be addressing anything that has to do with candidacy, Mr. Mayor, I think you need to stop it.
Well, I don't hear anything about a candidacy yet. He's talking about a contract.
So you're saying that when he mentions the candidate, you'll stop?
Well, the no campaign thing doesn't say you can't ever mention a candidate. It just means you can't get up there and say vote for me like Mark Wassberg did. He said I'm running for mayor and and, you know, blah, 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 and I'll do this and I'll do that. So,
Right, but you've stopped people saying vote against.
well, nobody's saying vote for anybody right now.
But if they do, you'll stop the
Well,
speaker.
look, unless it gets to be clearly a campaign statement, I'm going to allow it. If you guys want to overrule me, you can take a vote on it.
Councilmember Jimenez has her hand up.
No, it's for public comment.
Oh,
I'd like to speak to this, Mr. Mayor. There are constitutional rights. Everybody know them. And until the gentleman start promoting himself or someone else, he has a right to express himself. We had another previous speaker that came up and said similar information. So let the individuals in the public speak freely.
and the previous person should have been stopped.
That's your opinion.
When
you speak
Look,
against or for a candidate, it is
all out of
political.
order. I haven't recognized anybody. I've said that unless there's a reason not to, I'm going to allow it. If you want to overrule me, take a vote, but we're not going to debate it. So if you want to make a motion, go ahead. Okay, I don't hear a motion. Let's go ahead with the speaker.
Mr. Toledo, you may proceed.
Do I get my time reset?
Your time was paused. You get the remainder time of 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Okay. Well, I understand that Urban Tilth is going to receive $7 million from a state grant and contract with the city. Doria Robinson, the founder and director of Urban Tilth. She's also one of 3 city council candidates in my district. That's not right, and you all know this.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're discussing electoral things. City attorney, would you weigh in on this?
Well, wait a minute. Council members don't ask the city attorney to, but I will. Dave, if you want to opine on this, go ahead. I'm looking for the clause that talks about campaigning at meetings. If somebody knows where it is, let me know. Dave, you want to opine on this?
Wait, I'm on the right screen here. You don't see me now? Can you see me?
Yes. We see you, Dave.
Okay. Basically, there's broad First Amendment rights to speak, and I think he was fine. In terms of asking about contracts, again, I think it becomes more questionable when he starts to talk about candidates. He identified the speaker as being somebody who was on a contract involving the city. And I think in general, you have to err on the side of letting people speak. I think when it becomes generally, if you're ruling people out of order because they seem to be campaigning, I think it has to be fairly obvious.
Okay, I found it. I'm going to read this so everybody knows what it says. Campaigning at meetings, city council chambers during city council meetings are a campaign-free zone. Election of individuals to the council or other office is not within the council's subject matter jurisdiction, and speakers may not campaign for or against candidates for office at city council meetings. And it goes on to say that ballot measures are fair game. So I think the real question here is this a speech supporting, is this a speech that either supports a candidate or urges against it or talks against the candidate? So I think as long as the speaker can stay away from candidates, you know, he can go ahead. I mean, I don't mean stay away from candidates as long as he doesn't say vote for this candidate or don't vote for this candidate. That's really that's what gets into a campaign speech.
So you're saying that implications are okay?
He says speakers may not campaign for or against candidates.
Right,
Saying,
right.
so I don't,
And
I haven't
so-
heard, I haven't heard the speaker.
And so if you imply that we should not vote for a candidate, that's okay.
Well, it doesn't talk about implications. It talks about campaigning for or against candidates.
Right. There's been a lot of campaigning, which is all implications.
Well, look, let's go back. I've said that unless it crosses a line, I'm going to allow it. If you guys want to overrule me, you have a right to take a vote and do it. And I'll urge the speaker to be careful and not campaign for or against a candidate. So let's go ahead. Let's move this meeting on.
Mr. Toledo, you may proceed.
This is not a campaign, okay? Look, there's been numerous social media posts saying that if the person, the director of Urban Tilth is elected, she would be unable to carry on that contract. And obviously that's a conflict of interest for the city of Richmond, for everybody in the city. So what would happen if that person is elected? What if that person is elected and decides to resign from city council to avoid conflict of interest? How is that fair to the city of Richmond and to us in District 3? It is presumed that if that person is elected and then that person resigns her seat on the city council to resolve the conflict, the majority of city council would pick who represents us, not the voters. That's unfair and unethical. This would be extremely unfair to me and also people in District 3, the residents, and other city council candidates that are on there. So the worst part is the city council already knew and the city manager knew that this potentially was a conflict, but about a month ago, but nothing was done. Additionally, all of you have been told on multiple occasions in several past years that there's been serious illegal issues with the city charter as it relates to elections, and yet nothing has been done. This concerns includes residency guidelines as well as fair and democratic.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Mayor Butt, may I respond?
Sorry.
Mayor Butt, may I respond?
Yes.
So I want to thank the public speaker for their comments, and I have referred the inquiries I received to this matter to the city attorney, and staff are processing a request for legal opinion. Upon receipt, we will share it with the council and those other appropriate parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez, you still have a hand up. Did you have something else?
Yeah, I wanted to say that thank you, city manager, for taking these. I also talked to one of the city attorneys today about these, and there is no conflict of interest right now because the person that we are talking about is not in the city council, so she's not making decisions about these. And
okay, look, let's move on. We're not gonna debate this. This is open.
You give me the
no. This is open.
I will wait for my time to have my 2 minutes in public. I will talk in my 2 minutes.
Not on the agenda.
I will talk in my 2 minutes.
Council member, you're out of order. Madam Clerk, call the next speaker.
The next speaker is Ben C. Ben, please state your last name, unmute yourself, and you may begin.
And please, City Clerk, put me on the list for public speakers. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Benjamin Cardona. I just had a clarification question on the consent calendar. So the question I had was for U1A, the amending of the eviction moratorium to allow owner move-ins. I was wondering when that would pretty much take place and when it would be amended. If any council members had any comments or the city manager, it would be highly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, but we don't respond to questions in open forum. It's an opportunity for the public to make statements. It's not an opportunity to debate subjects. So let's move to the next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, at the end of open forum, I would like to give an informational answer to that, since I was one of the council members who originally brought it forward.
Well, did somebody mention you in the
No,
statement?
but I was the introducer.
Well, our rule is that if somebody thinks they've
Okay, I will
name's been taken in vain, they can-
email the person after the meeting
Thank you. Okay, let's move on.
The next speaker is Garland Ellis. Please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hello, excuse me. My name is Garland Ellis. I'm the president of the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. Good evening, Mayor and City Council people. It seems like here we go again. I have to listen to a City Council meeting to find out that there's a workshop in my area that involves my residents with regards to a bicycle and pedestrian plan between El Cerrito, a City Council person from this area, and residents of this area. How come nobody ever comes to the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council if it's something that maybe the council member or the city of El Cerrito or somebody else disagrees with our opinion? We have plenty of people in the past and present who are experts in transportation, planning, and many other fields and have worked for many cities. Why don't the RPA people want to come and talk to us about our expertise in planning and road diet and all the other things that get proposed to Gail McLaughlin, but she never wants to invite us to any of the meetings. So in the future, please let us know and we will be there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eli Moore. Eli, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Eli?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're breaking up a little bit, but we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
Yeah, connection. You know. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to share some information about the $35 million coming from the state to Richmond. Because I heard people talking about this online, and I looked it up, and it's really historic. I mean, it's $35 million to support a bunch of different projects involving the city and nonprofits in Richmond, including a free electric bike program, expanding the free vegetable boxes that Urban Tilth provides, solar panels on people's homes, water efficiency and water reuse projects, a pathway, extending the pathway in the triangle all the way down to the shoreline. And I just want to thank Urban Tilth, Groundwork Richmond, the Trust for Public Land, Grid Alternatives, Rich City Rides, and everybody who was involved in putting this proposal together, because the state, the Transformative Climate Communities program at the state level is really one of the leading initiatives in the state to support transition solutions to the climate crisis. And securing these funds for Richmond, $35 million will go a really long way, and the way that it's really prioritizing the neighborhoods that are on the fence line with the refinery and have really borne the brunt of the terrible pollution caused by Chevron and the refinery over so many years. The way this investment really prioritizes those neighborhoods makes so much sense. And I'm just a little bit saddened by folks' eagerness to turn this into a political, talking about it as a bad thing and turn it into some sort of political strategy against Doria and Urban Tilth. So thank you for that work, and that's all.
Thank you. The next speaker is Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I really thank all the organizations that participated, and this is not a final vote, but the grant and the $35 million has been is going to the final decision. So we don't know if we are going to get it, but it's pretty likely that we can get it. And this is the kind of work that we need to be doing and continue to do. And it's really sad that it turns out against a person who for 20 years has been fighting and doing a lot of good work for the community, giving 500 families free food, vegetables and fruits organically, and employing over 54 youth in the city of Richmond. So I just wanted to thank, and in terms of the conflict of interest, as I said before, I had been talking to the city attorney. At this moment, there is no conflict of interest because the person is not making decisions in the county. And hypothetically, if she wins the city council, then some rules will have to apply for that. And there is also exemptions to that rules that applies to nonprofits. So we will have to see, and I want to thank the city manager for taking this and the city attorney for taking this and looking at that. And let's stop this bigotry, and let's celebrate that we had leaders who they are not just saying what they want to do, they are doing it for the community. And I just thank Urban Till and the executive director for all the work that they do, and all other organizations and city staff that participate to get that grant potentially to City of Richmond. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have another hand raised. Haley D, please unmute yourself and you may begin. Please state your last name for the record.
Delgado.
Thank you. You may begin.
All right, I would just like to thank Councilmember McLaughlin for the clarification on the agenda item for the owner move-in. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, Councilmember McLaughlin, did you want to say something about an item that's not on the agenda?
I wanted to just clarify about this item that is on consent calendar, which is a first reading to eliminate owner move-ins from the eviction moratorium. Next week, there'll be a second reading, and then it takes 30 days after that for the ordinance to go into effect. So around November 25th or so, that change in the ordinance will go into effect, and those owner move-ins who have to pay, they'll have to pay the relocation fee and such, but they will then have that opportunity to move in and deal with the relocation fee for the tenant.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the consent calendar. So I have two items being removed, U.4.C and U.6.A. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a motion on the consent calendar?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, motion by Johnson, second by McLaughlin. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
Vote is unanimous.
Okay, that brings us down to public hearings, item V.1. Would you read that, please?
Yes, Item V.1, pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing related to the proposed issuance of revenue bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority in an amount not to exceed $50 million for the benefit of the Nevin Plaza 1 LP for the acquisition and rehabilitation of a 140-unit multifamily rental housing facility for very low-income seniors and persons with disabilities located at 2400 Nevin Avenue in the city of Richmond, California, and adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Finance Authority for the sole purpose of satisfying Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act requirements.
Okay, is there a staff report?
Yes, Mayor Butt. Good evening, Mayor Butt, members of the City Council, members of the public. I'm Lena Velasco, the Director of Community Development. Here with us this evening, we also have Anthony Stubbs from the California Municipal Finance Authority, as well as Eduardo Espinosa of EAH Housing. So we are here this evening to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, also known as TEFRA. TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held by the governing body of the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. EAH Inc. has asked that the California Municipal Finance Authority be the issuer of tax exempt financing in an amount not to exceed $50 million to finance the acquisition and rehabilitation of a 140-unit multifamily rental housing facility for very low-income seniors and persons with disabilities located at 2400 Nevin Avenue in the city of Richmond. The CMFA is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the California Municipal Financing Authority will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the city of Richmond will have no financial or legal obligations or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the city of Richmond. The city will also bear no cost in the issuance of the proposed debt. It is recommended that the city council adopt a resolution approving the issuance of the bonds by the California Municipal Financing Authority for the benefit of the borrower. Such adoption is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA and the California Government Code Section 6500. We're available to answer any questions.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Willis, go ahead.
I do have a question, but were you going to jump into a PowerPoint presentation or was that pretty much it? Okay. I guess, I'm my bad. I just want to make sure. I'm supportive of it in general. I just first thing that came to mind is like during the rehabilitation process, like what's going to be the impact on the existing residents and how are we going to make sure that they're not overly impacted, that they can guarantee that they come back through this rehabilitation process and not end up being displaced. Has that been planned out or talked about, or we haven't reached that phase yet?
Yes, we have. That's a great question, Councilmember Willis, and also Nanette, please, Executive Director of RHA, feel free to jump in. There have been numerous meetings with the residents and plans have been prepared for every resident. Nanette, do you want to offer any additional input?
Yes, so good evening. The EAH has started one-on-one meetings with every resident to develop a transition plan. The plan is to relocate on site during the many phases of rehabilitation. So they will not be relocated off-site unless there are extenuating circumstances. So there won't be a problem with returning, moving somewhere else and then returning. Every resident that is there now will have the rights to remain and return to their original unit if they so choose.
And I actually see you advertising 24th and Nevin right behind you in your little background. My final question is, what's like the estimated timeline for this? Like 3, 4, 5 years? Like if this were to be approved, like how long would it take? Probably being overly optimistic in my figures.
The rehabilitation is scheduled to begin in January. The close and the transfer of the property to EAH and the development partners is scheduled at the end of this year, so pretty quickly. And the rehab is scheduled to start as early as late December, early January. So as I said earlier, EAH, they have a relocation consultant. Our current staff are working concurrently with Lifelong, EAH, the relocation specialist, and really assessing the needs of each and every resident because they all have individual situations. And we're starting the talks and developing the transition plans so everybody will know what's going on. It's scheduled to be about 2 years, 18 months to 2 years for the total rehabilitation. But again, they will be on site.
Okay, I wasn't optimistic enough. Okay, well done. Thank you so much for the presentation. I do remember when the hot water heaters and everything were out, and seeing Bino and Shasta and the task force of all the city come together to really hop on that. And it seems like it's still moving in a positive direction. So well done. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis. We appreciate your kind words.
Councilmember Jimenez, go ahead.
I believe Councilmember Bates had his hand first, but happy to start. Okay, I will start. So I just have thank you so much for the work. I have just one question about the finance. So this is a bond that is the city issuing, right? Or the Richmond Housing Authority? Who is issuing the bond?
The bond is being issued by the California Municipal Finance Authority.
Okay.
We have to hold the hearing, Councilmember Jimenez, but it's a state entity.
Oh, okay. That is, I just wanted to make sure that we know that. Thank you.
It's a great opportunity. We're hopeful that the $50 million is enough to bring the project forward, but we are competing with increased construction costs.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Councilmember Bates and then McLaughlin.
Thank you, Director Mrs. Beecham. How many units are we talking about with respect to this project?
There's a total of 142. 4 are going to be set aside for managers, but so it'll be 138 for residents.
Well, that's not a very big project. And individuals that have relocated elsewhere, you indicate they get first preference to come back?
Yes, there will be a few residents that will have to relocate because of their own particular circumstances. They may relocate and live with family members and receive some type of stipend, or they'll relocate on site. So that's what's being worked out right now, but they won't relocate with the voucher to another city or anything like that. It'll either be with family members receiving, assistance, or on site at the Nevin Plaza building.
Well, I just want to echo what the other council members have indicated, appreciation for providing a living quarters for many of our less fortunate citizens. And we just have to keep looking and trying to obtain additional properties to do the same thing. So thanks for a job well done.
Thank you to you all for your continued support. That we couldn't do it without you. All of us, we have to remain a team.
Just one last question. Although we transferred some of the authority to the county, to what extent do we still maintain control of who and how this city relate with our tenants?
So with regard to the housing choice voucher transfer, we do not administer that program. The county does, but we still, because some of our residents still remain within the city limits, I am a liaison with the county officials, and when we receive inquiries or our residents need assistance, I can beeline to the county and find out what's going on.
Yeah, but the physical location, those that live in Richmond, they don't have access to go to Martinez or where the county's headquarters are. So Are you providing intermediary services where they can come into Richmond and apply for vouchers or whatever they need, or do they have to go to the county?
So they do go to the county. The county, before the transfer begun, they established that the San Pablo office right by the college would be the satellite office for our Richmond residents. So it's literally on Missionville Avenue, right by the college. And so
that's good.
They don't have to travel to Rodeo or Martinez. They can go directly to the San Pablo office.
That's good. Thank you very much.
And also, Councilmember Bates and council members, if a resident ever needs help, they're welcomed on the second floor where RHA staff is located here at City Hall. And also the city manager's office also helps our people who have inquiries that need assistance coordinating with the county.
Well, that's good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember McLaughlin, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I have two questions. One of them is a follow-up to the question and answer that just occurred with Councilmember Bates. So I just had a wonderful tour of Hacienda, looking great. Thank you all for all your work on that. And now getting going with Nevin. So Hacienda and Nevin both will stay under the authority of RHA. Is that correct?
No. So once the transfer of Hacienda was complete in the summer of 2021, Mercy Housing and Community Housing Development Corporation are the owners, the legal owners. That partnership are the legal owners. So we transferred the building, but we still own the land. RHA leases the property, the land, to the developer.
And the developer maintains and operates?
Correct.
Okay, sort of like Crescent Park or?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So the second question is, so you say people will stay on site while the rehabilitation happens. So are there extra rooms or something? Because I imagine you'll have to do certain pieces of the rehab, and so you have to move people to a different part of the building. So is there enough room to complete it without like relocating temporarily? I know you mentioned some people going with family, but you don't see a problem for the most part with keeping people on site, just moving them to a different part of the building?
No, so what we're planning to do is establish some model units. So they will be housed with temporary furniture, they're set up like a model unit. And the resident that will be relocating to this model unit will have help packing up their personal belongings and moving to the model unit. So there'll be at least 24 units that will be established and set up with furniture and everything. And so the other personal items like furniture will be moved to storage, and the resident will move to these temporary units while their unit is being relocated.
Got it. Okay, thank you so much.
Renovated. So then when it's finished with, new bathroom, new kitchen, new windows, new floors, then they will return to their unit.
Okay, I look forward to ongoing updates on this. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may, Councilmember McLaughlin, the reason why the ownership structure is the way that it is because with the HUD federal guidelines, if the buildings are able to get a Section 8 voucher, they receive a higher rate than if they had a RAD, what's called a RAD conversion, which we've done previously, or a public housing conversion. So it's the highest level of rent. So that enables the tenant to really receive the maximum update and quality of living with the building because it provides the maximum rent subsidy from the federal government. So that's why this structure is the structure that staff has been moving forward with as requested by HUD in the FARS agreement.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions by council members? The public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, would you call any public speakers we have?
Okay, we currently have 3 public speakers, Ally Johnston, Mark Wassberg, followed by Jesse Turan. Ally, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I'm actually calling on a previous item. Somehow I was overlooked. I'm calling about the $35 million contract, which I think is absolutely fabulous.
Ma'am,
But I'm
this is the wrong place to talk about that.
I was overlooked the first
No,
time.
you can't talk about this. This is not the agenda item we're on. So let's go on to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Mark Wassberg. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
You hear me?
Yes.
The bottom line is, when she says rehabilitation, it says they're going to remodel, they're going to kick everybody out, remodel the place to see if they can bring everybody back. That's the bottom line. The deal is that HUD is still in control of the housing there. So I don't know why you got to go ahead and talk all about all these fancy language when people don't really know what you're understanding. You know, you people need to keep it nice and simple so people could understand. Because like I say, I already filled out my application now. I've been waiting for almost four months now, and I haven't heard nothing yet. I guess I filed for the hacienda. I filed for some other stuff. I went to the city manager's office, I think around about 3 months ago, and filed. So I haven't heard anything yet. But, you know, you people need to keep it nice and simple. You know, you're using all these fancy words that most of the people don't understand what you're talking about. And another thing, your ordinance don't mean nothing to federal law, but I don't know where you get this idea that you could pass an ordinance to limit our speech when we have the federal law under the First Amendment of the Constitution to speak our piece. I don't know what kind of crap you guys are pulling on there, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to take this to court, federal court, and we're going to see who's going to win, because I'm going to tell you, but that's why they put that swastika sign in Point Richmond. They should put a swastika on your forehead. Your ordinance don't mean nothing, fool.
Mayor,
You're going to have to, you're going to have to get that lawyer. That lawyer needs to go back to his law school and about our First Amendment rights. That lawyer ain't but a paid off piece of crap by the RPA using all this fancy language that he don't know what he's talking about. Matter of fact,
I don't think
I'm
you're
going to go
addressing
get,
this
hey,
agenda item.
screw you, butt. Vote for me for mayor.
He's not addressing this agenda item. Let's cut him off, Madam Clerk.
The next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Okay, I'm addressing this agenda item. I think it's wonderful that the hacienda is getting there's $1 million going into this project to renovate these rooms, to renovate these apartments. And meanwhile, there are people on the street this morning rather. I saw a man with dementia and his wife, who's legally blind, got dropped off at the BART station with all of their possessions after being removed from Ryden Road and just left there. They don't even know where they're going to go.
I'm not
right
sure
now,
this
there's a woman
speaker-
in the parking lot with a 4-year-old little girl who has no place to sleep.
Madam Clerk, this speaker is not speaking this item. Let's cut her.
Okay, so I'm just saying.
And we have one more speaker, Ally Johnston. I'm not for certain if this is the same speaker that was on before. Ms. Johnston, are you here to speak on item V1?
No, I would like to express, I had my hand raised for the previous item.
Okay, ma'am, if you're not
I wasn't-
speaking on item V1, then I'm sorry, we're going to have to move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Deborah Baer. Deborah, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, I was listening just now. I wasn't intending to speak, but I was just listening and I was interested in what Jesse Turan was saying, because when I saw this item on the agenda, the item with Nevin Plaza and stuff, I thought that's great. But I did think, wow, are there buildings like that we could move homeless people into? You know, I mean, instead of just abating them, you know, can we do this again in a slightly different way?
Well,
So
wait,
that,
look,
can we get a grant for that?
You're not speaking to the item either, so let's
Oh,
cut her
well,
off.
but I was wondering what Jesse was gonna say. For
Well,
God's sake.
that's not what's on our agenda, so let's
What
move
she
on.
was,
And that was our last speaker via Zoom. I need to zoom back to Ms. Velasco. Do you have any callers waiting on the toll-free conference line per the TEFRA hearing requirement at this time?
No, Madam Assistant City Clerk, there are no other participants on the conference line.
Thank you. There are no other speakers.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close this public hearing, and I want to say in general, when an item comes up, people are allowed to speak on the item. This is not open forum. They're not allowed to talk about anything they want to talk about. They either address the agenda item or they don't speak. So the public hearing is now closed. I'll bring it back to the city council. Does anybody have any further questions or comments on this item? I don't see any. I'll be looking for a motion.
I'll move the item.
I second.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Martinez. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes,
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
And the next item is item W1. Would you read that, please?
Yes, item W1 is to announce recent resignations from boards, commissions, and committees and vacancies as of October 12th, 2022, and ask that interested individuals send applications to the city clerk's office.
So I'm going to very quickly read a list of the city boards and commissions that have vacancies on them, and I urge people who want to participate in city matters to consider applying for these positions. So the Community Police Review Commission has one opening, Commission on Aging 3, Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control. Actually, I think we appointed somebody tonight, so that's not open. Design Review Board has 2 vacancies. ECIA Grant Review Ad Hoc Committee has 2. The ECIA Transportation Oversight Committee has 4. Economic Development Commission has 3. Fund for Children and Youth Oversight Board has 4. The Housing Advisory Commission has 1 opening. Library Commission, 1 opening. Personnel Board, 2 openings. Planning Commission, one opening, and I think that's been filled. Recreation and Parks Commission, 2 openings. Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force, 4 openings. Shimada Friendship Commission, 2 openings. Urban Forest Advisory Committee, 2 openings. Workforce Development Board, 17 openings. Youth Council, 8 openings. And the Joshan Friendship Commission, 2 openings. And you can apply for these online. You can go to the city clerk's website and fill out an online application. And your application will end up in the mayor's office. And there's a very good chance that you'll be appointed to one of these positions if you apply. And I want to say something I've said often too. Other than the Commission on Aging, there are no age restrictions to any of these. So theoretically, anybody who's a minor, a student could apply for and be appointed to any of these commissions. And I would love to see more young people get on these commissions. I think it would be a very good thing for the city. So young people, think about getting involved. Besides that, it looks great on your resume. Okay, so that.
We have 1 speaker.
Yeah, I was going to call public speakers on that.
Okay, Mark Wasberg, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
I don't get it. You put people on the police commission that hates the police. Does that make sense? You have people on the police commission that don't know anything about police work. They don't know nothing. You just pick them right off the streets. And then you're going to put some 16-year-old punk kid on a police commission that's going to hate the cops? You think that's right? That ain't right. Vote for me for mayor. Vote for me.
And that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think that brings us back to item U.4.C.
Yes. Item U4C is to approve a sole source contract with Contra Costa County Health Services Department for a term beginning July 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2023 for a contract amount not to exceed $380,958 to provide dedicated coordinated outreach referral engagement program staff at the Castro encampment to be funded by the city's encampment resolution funding received from the California Interagency Council on Homelessness.
So I pulled this off, and I understand that this is money that's not coming out of the general fund, that is coming from a grant. But I just want to object to the idea that the city is paying the county for any of these services. The county has a lot more money than the city does. We're talking about billions. And West County has the most serious homeless problem.
Burned your hand. Sorry.
What? West County has the most serious homeless problem in Contra Costa County. And we should be getting, it should be the other way around. We should be getting these county services and we should not have to pay for them. So I'm just going to vote against it for that reason. I think the money is going the wrong direction. It ought to be going from the county to the city and not from the city to the county. So are there any other questions or comments from council members? I don't see any, so I will move that we do not approve this.
We have two
Public
speakers.
speakers.
I'm sorry, what?
You have two speakers.
Oh,
And I,
sorry, I did. Go
sorry,
ahead, Councilmember Jimenez, you have a question?
yeah, thank you. I think I would like to hear from the Director of Planning, Lina, about this, because you have been the one leading in this. So I think that it will be good to have a staff explaining more.
Okay, go ahead, Lena.
Yes, I apologize. I froze for a minute. So I do have a short PowerPoint, Mr. Mayor. And so again, good evening, council members, Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. So this evening, staff is requesting that the council consider approval of a sole source contract with Contra Costa Health Services for a term beginning July 1, 2022 through December 31st, 2023 for a not to exceed amount of $380,958 to provide a dedicated coordinated outreach referral engagement team, also known as CORE, for the Castro encampment that would be funded using encampment resolution funds received from the state. The core team proposed this evening would be part of the larger Castro care team. The first key component of that care team is the project manager, which has been contracted now with Way to Love, Inc. There's a site coordinator, housing navigators, as well as the core team, which is comprised of two dedicated people, which is one lead outreach specialist, one clinical case manager. And then there's also going to be on-call service contracts for other service providers as deemed necessary by the care team. And those would come back to council for consideration, and we're targeting November for that. And the importance of CORE, they were written part of the city's grant application for the encampment resolution funding. The core team serves as an entry point into Contra Costa's coordinated entry system for unsheltered persons. They work to locate, engage, stabilize, and house chronically homeless individuals as well as families, which we do have at the Castro encampment. They also assist in assessing the housing and service needs and connecting them to other services within the county system. They also assist in facilitating connections to shelter as well as services and provide consistent outreach. I think we've learned in this process that sometimes the first outreach people are unwilling to accept services, but over time that may change. And so having a dedicated core team ensures that people are connected multiple times and offered services. And I will note that Christy Saxton from Contra Costa H3 is available as well to answer questions, but we believe the core team is an important component of our larger grant funded project. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Lena? You still have a hand up, Councilmember Jimenez. You have something else?
Yeah, so I think my question is how CORE works with the city and the county. If like, can you provide an explanation of how that partnership or that service is provided by the county and how we get it normally?
Well, there's multiple ways. I mean, I think specific to this evening, we're asking for a separate contract than the current city contract that helps fund a portion of the San Pablo Richmond core team, which is administered from our police department. So this contract would operate similarly in that we are contracting 2 employees that would work directly under the county, but would be dedicated to our Castro encampment and making sure that those residents are connected to the coordinated entry system. As noted in previous presentations, CORE will also do the VI SPDAT evaluation, which is looking at the vulnerability index, determining, if this unhoused individual is a high priority for services. And so that's also a very important component, as some folks may be identified as eligible for vouchers through Hacienda or Nevin Plaza. But in general, that's how they also participate in team meetings and provide additional support and connections to other services such as behavioral health, substance abuse services, as well as housing.
So that means that with CORE, cities make a payment contribution to the county to be able to get that service, like normally. Just
well, Christy Saxton may be able to offer more information, but there is a West County team that works in all West County that's completely funded by the county. I think when cities desire services above and beyond the standard, such as our dedicated core Richmond, San Pablo team, and in this specific case, a dedicated Castro encampment team, there are additional costs, but in this case, they'll be funded by the state through the funds we received.
Okay, and last question to finish this, what do you think is necessary to have an extra core team for Castro and no utilize the core team that is from Richmond and San Paulo?
I think it would be if the council decided not to approve this contract, it would be a detriment to the project. One, it would likely delay the resolution. The county has been providing support, and we are finding that the Castro encampment residents are more open to services and have actually some taken and been connected into housing. So our numbers have already reduced, but I think in general, it would delay, our ability to resolve the encampment as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from council members? So we do have a public speaker, right?
We have
Mayor,
two.
but if I just wanted to also note that staff is continuing to work with Contra Costa County to identify where there may be other gaps in services. And as we, as staff, better coordinate with Contra Costa County and learn how we can better serve Richmond residents, we will return to City Council with recommendations. At this juncture, the core team works with the term of art that the staff have used with us is as street outreach workers. And so as we're supporting Richmond residents in transitioning, we will be coming back with additional contracts to enable people to thoughtfully transition.
Okay, public speaker.
The first public speaker is Mark Washburn. Mark, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the bottom line is Richmond never had any money in the first place. It all comes from the federal and state government. Your taxpayers' money funds the federal government, funds the state, funds the county, and funds the city. So quit lying to the people, but that Richmond has money. They don't have no money. It all comes from the taxpayers. The money, the federal government, state gives Richmond the money on what they need. Now you're spending all these millions of dollars on a bunch of homeless people who don't want to do nothing. You should be spending the money on education, job training. That's what you should do. But no, you just want to keep on feeding these people, give them a free place to live. What are you going to do with them in another 5, 10, 20 years from now? You're just going to keep on giving them freebies for the rest of your life? You see what I'm saying? You said you got all these millions of dollars. You ain't doing nothing as far as I'm concerned. You're not helping these people get no jobs. You're not giving them transportation so they can go out and look for jobs. All you're doing is homesteading these people so they can just kick back and don't do nothing. That's the most stupidest thing I ever seen in my entire life. And all this money, you're just blowing it. You make me mayor, I'll change the whole entire thing, people. I'll get stuff done. I'm not
Okay,
gonna
let's cut him off. He's on the campaign trail again.
The next speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, please unmute yourself. You may begin.
Okay, I just wanted to let you guys know from personal experience, CORE is wonderful. The CORE team is fantastic. Way to Love is fantastic. SOS Richmond is fantastic. Those are the 3 nonprofit organizations that actually help people in Richmond. CORE provides a liaison between the people living here, in homeless people living here in Richmond, and city services and county services. Without them, everything would fall apart. They are vital. They probably housed more people. I mean, they definitely housed way more people than HCEB ever did. Everyone who HCEB, and my suspicion is that the reason why the city isn't getting more money from the county is because the city is not using the money that it receives from grants and from the county in good ways. And the county realizes that. The county probably doesn't trust the city of Richmond with the money. There is so much grant money out there. All you have to do is get your grant writers to start asking the state for it. There's billions of dollars available. There's no reason why Richmond shouldn't have all the money it needs to implement to create tiny home villages, to create more housing. There's money out there right now, more money than they know what to do with. But you have to ask for it and you have to be willing to address the problem. Sorry, I'm a little off topic. Once again, CORE is a great organization. Way to Love is a great organization, and SOS is a great organization. Support them. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, well, before I repeat my motion, I'll just say that in my opinion, providing additional funding to CORE is just a waste of money. For the $380,000 that you're proposing to pay CORE to provide services, you could actually rent an apartment for a year for 20 people, or at least rent 20 apartments, probably more than 20 people. So what we ought to be focusing on is getting people into permanent housing and not on providing services to people in homeless camps. I recall the previous speaker was just complaining because CORE put her in Motel 6 and she has no idea where she's going to go after that. So, this money should be spent putting people in housing, not just providing services for them, whatever those are. Okay, well, my motion is is not to,
Mayor
approve-
Butt,
Yes.
the contract for support services to help those that are at the Motel 6 and others that need emergency assistance with housing, as well as the housing program that the council funded, similar to the mayor's fund, but with the criteria staff provided. The responses to those RFPs are due November 1st. So we would encourage members of the community that have been participating in this call to look at the RFP and to encourage local nonprofits to respond. And the goal, as we mentioned in our previous reports to council, is for those that need support to be able to take advantage of the Housing First funds when they're available before the end of the year. So there's a bridge from write-in to the short-term housing to then the transition housing fund.
Yeah, there's a bridge from Ryden to Motel 6.
Only
Okay,
for a few
I've-
people,
I've
Mayor
made-
Butt.
I've made my motion. Is there a second? Councilmember Bates.
Granted that this housing situation is much bigger than the city of Richmond can handle, and maybe much bigger than the county can handle. There's no comprehensive program anywhere that I'm aware of in any state that completely deals with the homeless problem. Having said that, there's still a need to provide as much services as possible. And being that it is not city of Richmond's monies, as inadequate as we see the county in responding to a number of our needs, I have to support this request. What I would hope that somewhere down the line that the city, through the county, who has most of the money, to find locations and provide a decent area where, especially those that have campers and vehicles that they live in and so forth, they can be comfortable and live with some degree of respect and dignity. We talked about one site out in North Richmond by the garbage Republic Sanitation. There are sites all over this Bay Area, but I was told that the county is not interested in doing long-term care that will take individuals off the street. But I can assure you, and I think we all recognize it, as a city, we simply do not have the financial means to do, and we don't have the grants from the state nor from the federal government. So one lady indicated that there were grants out there that maybe we could apply for. Well, I think that's up to staff to explore that possibility. But as of now, this is a temporary Band-Aid problem situation. And I think we have to just go ahead and do what we can with limited resources. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Councilmember Bates. This is a funding from $4.8 million state grant. So I just wanted to clarify, so you're aware we're doing the best we can with the staff we have.
Okay, it sounds like my motion dies for lack of a second. Would somebody like to make another motion?
I move that
the item.
Second.
Okay, motion by Willis, second by Johnson to approve. Call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes,
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
You know, one thing we ought to do is send somebody over to Japan to see what they're doing. That's a country with a population of about 100 million. They have 3,000 homeless people in the whole country. So they must be doing something right. Okay, that brings us to our next to last agenda item, U.6.A. Would you read that, Madam Clerk, please?
Yes. Item U6A is to adopt a resolution to approve the use of the estimated operating surplus to clear the negative cash and other administrative budget adjustments, transfer to other post-employment benefit trust, and release general fund balance assignments and commitments listed in the attached resolution.
Is there staff report? Well,
We have a,
eliminate-
we
Yeah,
have a
go ahead.
presentation, Mayor Butt, but we're also happy to answer questions, whatever is the pleasure of the council.
Okay, we'll go ahead with the staff report.
Okay. KCRT, can you put up the slide deck or moving? So first, I want to thank and acknowledge staff for their diligence in preparing for this item. Previously, the City Council requested that staff bring matters pertaining to the year-end cleanup to City Council prior to implementation. In the past, these matters were brought to the City Council as consent items and administratively approved based on recommendations from the auditors. So again, this year we're doing something slightly different, and we're recommending year-end cleanups using estimates. We do not have audited financials that we're referring to. We also received a number of questions from a council member, which we've responded to today. We certainly always try to respond as expeditiously as possible, but we have a number of pressing matters that require our immediate attention. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Delmy, our finance director, Mubin, our budget administrator, and Nikki Maste, our deputy city manager, to go through the slide deck. And we're available to answer questions throughout the presentation or at the end, whatever is the preference of the council. I will say that it is our strong desire and recommendation that the council consider implementing these suggestions, and we will return with final numbers when they are available with our audited financials. Thank you. Next slide.
Delmy,
Hi.
are you going? Go ahead.
Yes. Hi, good
Mhm.
evening, City Council and members. Well, tonight we have this presentation. As you probably know, we are in the middle of doing our year-end audit for fiscal year ending June 30, 2022. As part of that audit, we are doing the presentations as we normally do every year, and we come to you to present some adjustments that we need to do, and also with the projection of the year-end surplus, and in order to propose setting some recommendations that we have for those balances. So the background in here is as part of 21-22 fiscal year close. The agenda item is required to City Council approval to use those operating surplus, estimated surplus, to clear historical negative cash for non-general funds, and the agenda also for City Council to approve and convert some commitments and assign of the fund balance to unassigned. We have a resolution also attached. If you want to go to the next one, Mubin. So here we have the fiscal year 21-22 revenue with the estimated actuals at this point with a 204 million to $203.4 million in revenue. We have done the preliminary soft close, so these numbers are pretty exact, except that in case we have to do, we're missing some minor journal entries and other little accruals, or maybe any other adjustments from the auditors. These are the expenses. The expenses total expenditures is at 176,361,718 with a surplus of 27 million. Here are some of the funds that we are estimating to clear. This is an opportunity to clear some of the historical negative cash balance as we have done in the past. So we have two major funds that we want to clear, and it's Fund 1051, the engineering cost recovery, and we can provide more information. City Council requested additional information, and we have provided that to City Council. Then we also have the Fund 4006 with stormwater with the $2.6 million. That fund doesn't have any balance, but that those funds will be transferred to risk management. Then we have a $307,000 that is for the administration building. That's just a transaction that we need to record in order to reduce as part of the repayment agreement with RHA. That repayment agreement that was approved in January 25th, 2022 from the RHA administration building. And then we have 104,908. That's for payroll liabilities that has been sitting in that account for quite some time. We just need to reallocate that to the different departments. That totals $6.5 million in adjustments that we are proposing tonight. Here, Mubin, do you want to do this one?
Sure, definitely. So the fiscal year 21-22 OPEB policy states that city would meet the objective of placing the surplus amount that is above and beyond, that exceeds the city's minimum target level of the general fund reserve level. Any excess monies, any excess surplus, half of that would be contributed towards the OPEB trust that we have set up. And it also asks for the one-time revenues and also asks to transfer actuarially determined contribution annually. So we do, that's called ADC calculation. So we do those ADC contributions as part of like budgetary process, and they are transferred throughout the year. However, as part of the fiscal close, since we do have operating surplus that does exceed the city's new policy, reserve policy of the range of 15 to 20%, satisfying that reserve level, we do have half of that, is about $6.1 million, which part of the council approved policy, we're required to transfer to OPEB trust fund. These are all the general fund adjustments. As Delmy mentioned, about $3.5 million for the negative cash for the cost recovery fund, 1051, and then $2.6 million for stormwater fund. And then Delmy also mentioned about $104,000 for the various payroll expenditures and $307,000 for RHA debt reduction. And I just mentioned about $6.1 million for OPEB trust. So adding all these transactions up, it comes to $12.7 million almost, which this operating surplus for 21-22 will be used to clear these negative cash and also transfer to the OPEB trust. On top of that, we have some administrative adjustments, which add up to $113,000 in the general fund. And one of them is $24,000, which is a JAG grant correction entry. And also we need to transfer about $8,000 to cover the bond administration costs. And then $129,000 to the Kids Initiative fund, which is actually a true up of the 1% of the general fund revenue for the Kids First Initiative per the charter article XV. And all these adjustments add up to $12.771 million for general fund. And this is all the non-general fund, and overwhelming majority of these amounts is actually the flip side of what we explained over the general fund side. For example, $3.5 million is the other side where the entry would be made in the cost recovery fund. And then $2.6 million is basically, you will see 3 times, it's basically just the entry, how it will travel and touch the funds from general fund to stormwater, and then stormwater to a risk management fund. We can explain in the coming slides what those entries are. And this $1.8 million that you see, reference number 14, it's basically just a mid-year adjustment that was flipped by accident, and we're just basically are correcting that. It was supposed to be reducing the budget, but in the process it got flipped. So we're just going to make the correction. And then all these impact fee adjustments are basically just recognizing the revenues that we have received Usually we do not project revenues in impact fee, just to be realistic, and we only budget what we actually have received, just so the city would, remain fiscally more tight in terms of not entering into obligations where, we don't have the money, or in simply like we don't spend the money we don't have yet. So in this case, we just make those budget adjustments on the after the fact basis when we have received. So all these non-general fund basically add up to $4.8 million. Then we also mentioned about the changes in the fund balance assignments. So if you remember in the last year when the budget 21-22 was being adopted, and also throughout the mid-year budget, the revenues were projected to be lower than the expenditures. So the fiscal year 19-20 operating surplus was used to cover some of the expenditures that were being budgeted in 21-22. So the city created set asides on the fund balance side through these resolution numbers, which are mentioned here. So throughout the year, those budgeted expenditures have already incurred, and along that process, the changes column that you see in the middle is actually the adjustments as the expenditures happen. These assignments, these set asides were depleted or adjusted accordingly. And at the end of the fiscal year, when the year is closed, there are remaining balances, which the staff is recommending to basically move to release these assignments to unassigned. And except with the exception of one, which is community facility improvement, $1.4 million is leftover monies there, and then this is budgeted in 22-23, and we need to budget the corresponding transfer out as the expenditures happen. And all the other assignments, which is like reimagining public safety, we have budgeted the program in 22-23, which will be covered by the ongoing expenditures in ongoing revenues in 22-23. So so this is now, Delmi, you want to explain this, or you want me to continue on? You're on mute, Delmi. I can hear you.
Yes. So based on the information that we reviewed with you, we started with a general, well, we estimate a $27 million surplus. Then we're asking to clear 1051 engineering cost recovery fund, which is 3.4. Then we move into stormwater with 2.6. And then we have the RHA administration building that we need to enter that transaction as of June 30, that's 307. And the payroll expenses that we need to reallocate is 104. And the transfer for OPEB trust is 6.1. We are asking for City Council to approve those transactions that will leave a net operating surplus in the year of 14 million. Then we start at the beginning of the fiscal year with approximately 2.22 million. Then we release some of the commitments that Mubin had mentioned in the past, in the previous slide, which 4.2. Then we have other adjustments of how the balance sheet will record some of those transactions with 6.5, and Mubin has more details on that. Then we bring down the net operating surplus from the top, which is 14 million. Then you have an estimated unassigned fund balance of $47 million, which is 22.95% reserve. These are just estimates at this moment. Next.
Jeremy, can I just make one
yes.
point there? So one thing that's important for the City Council to also understand is as our general fund budget increases to now we're well over 200 million. That's why it's also so important that our reserve level increase, because we need to be prepared in the event of an emergency or in the event of a recession. So what's great is that our general fund overall budget is increasing, but we need to have a corresponding level of reserves to support that increase. Thank you, Delmi. Please proceed.
I believe these are some general information. Yes, Mubin, do you want?
Sure, I can. I mean, it's up to you. I don't know. I thought you were going.
Go ahead.
Okay, no. So like as Shasa mentioned that, the city's general fund budget has grown over like $206 million. So general guideline from GFOA is to maintain at least 2 months minimum 2 months expenditures as minimum general fund reserve level. However, the GFOA suggests that the city should determine their own adequate level of reserve based on their unique risk factors. So some of those risk factors, they're the major 5 risk factors that they ask the cities to analyze to determine, that's not me. Hold on.
I think somebody else is sharing.
Yes, no worries. We can fix that. Yes. So, so the GFOA asks the cities to provides guidance to the cities to basically determine their own specific adequate reserve level after doing a quantitative analysis based on these 5 risk factors, which is the predictability of its revenues and volatility of its expenditures. Each city has unique footprint around these areas. We need to quantify those risks and add a factor. And its perceived exposure to significant one-time outlays, for example, disasters, immediate capital needs, state and federal budget cuts, could be fire, could be earthquake, whatever our risk factors, we need to quantify that. And then potential drain upon general fund resources from other funds, as well as availability of the resources in other funds. So like, another factor that where general fund has to support, as you all know, other programs in other funds where the resources, funding sources are not sufficient to cover those services. That is a factor we need to consider while trying to calculate our adequate level. And then potential impact on the entity's bond ratings and corresponding increase of cost of borrowing of borrowed funds. So, and on top of that, there's the last one is commitments and assignments. Governments may wish to maintain higher level of unrestricted fund balance components of any portion of unrestricted fund balance already committed or assigned by the government of specific purpose. So for example, if we had all these higher commitments in our general fund balance, we need to make up for that and increase the required reserve level based on those commitments. So that's a factor as well. And staff will come back, will do the analysis and bring back the recommendation to the city council for the determined proposed new reserve level if we need to change based on that analysis. And here are the slides where we incorporated the city council members Jimenez's questions that we received, and we have sent a draft response to the council member. Shasa or Nikki or Delmi, you want to go ahead or take on, or?
Councilmember Jimenez and council members, would it be helpful for us to walk through these questions, or we've emailed you all the responses? We just want to make sure we have you've received adequate responses to your inquiries.
I have some additional questions. So
Yeah, go ahead. Let's have questions from council members. Go ahead, Councilmember Jimenez.
yeah, maybe if you, well, I have this question, but I have additional question maybe for the public to know these questions and answer will be good. And then I will add additional questions just based on your presentation tonight.
So do you want to read your question and you want staff to respond, or Mayor, but I'm deferring to council in terms of how to proceed.
You had these as a presentation, so I don't know.
Right, but there are
okay.
responses to your question. So I want to make sure that we present them in a manner that's helpful.
Okay. So the first question is about the Fund 1051, that the amount changed from $2.8 million to $3.5 million. How did that happen? So what happened is, like, the total negative cash is showing $2.8 million. That is because there are some developer and sewer bond deposits in the fund, which more than $600,000. If we take those out, then the negative cash is $3.5 million. So those liabilities, cash deposits from developers in sewer bonds, public, which are owed back to them eventually, are reduced, making it look like that the negative cash is 2.8, not 3.5. And we have I have a image of a balance sheet here. If we look at the negative cash, you're correct, $2.85 million. However, we have these liabilities.
Expand it? It's difficult to view. Can you expand it?
Can I what? Expand it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, there you go. Does it help? Okay, good, excellent. So like Councilmember Jimenez, you were correct to point out the negative cash is $2.85 million on the balance sheet. However, if we look at the liabilities of $634,000, the second figure in the middle, highlighted, these are the unearned revenues and customer deposits and sewer bonds and all those fees, which will eventually be paid back to those
Hey, Mimi,
who we owe.
got tied up and I couldn't make it back.
And yeah, if we take these out, the negative fund balance is $3.489 million. Okay. And the other question that you have here is that we have here is history of cash flow since 2015 to now of the cost recovery funds. And transfer in and out. So this is a big workbook, which lists all these funds all together. And we have emailed to you, Councilmember Jimenez. And if you do have follow-up questions, we are still here to answer those. And but I don't think if we can discuss that here in this presentation, that piece. Okay, cool. So the other one, please provide information on other cost recovery funds. What happened to them? Were any of them combined? If there are no special funds, where does the money come and go? And from what fund does the city pay expenses for these funds? So, the city holds cash of all funds in a pooled cash account. It's all like big one bank account, and that's where all those expenditures are paid from. However, through the fund accounting, then we go back and, the accounting determines and assigns a negative cash to the funds where the funding sources are lacking or not sufficient to pay for those expenditures. So that's the magic that happens behind all the banking and all the accounting, the fund accounting magic. But we can explain to you like more about the 1050, 1051, 1053. About the 1050 fund, which this is active, this is planning and building fund, and it has been generally recovering its cost for past many years. At one point, like about 10 years ago, it was negative. However, it has been, it has recovered and it has been, covering its costs successfully, except for the last couple of years due to pandemic. It did end up in deficit. And then cost recovery 1051 is engineering fund, which was basically to capture all the administration costs of like completing capital improvement and engineering projects. The idea behind that was to fully recover all those costs from the projects and grants and all that. However, that math generally doesn't work. That, it's ideally in an ideal world, it would be a cost recovery, fully 100% cost recovery, but it was never. And the city has always been subsidizing that fund, but it was still not enough to cover its operations and all that. So that's how it accumulated all these costs over the years. It was mainly just the operational costs of like, engineering of those capital improvement projects and all that, and administration of those. And as I mentioned above that, there are also some cash deposits from sewer bonds and developer cash deposits, which are sitting in that fund, which will be, paid back to those depositors eventually. And then Fund 1053 Code Enforcement Fund. Most of the activity was transferred to general fund in 16-17, and so there have been operational deficit in this fund from like in fiscal year 1910 through fiscal year 15-16. It has received subsidies while it was active, but it was not enough to cover those deficits. In 1918-19 fiscal year, the City Council approved a transfer to clear negative cash in the fund, leaving a remaining $188,000 negative cash, which is to offset by the code enforcement receivables as of June 30, and there is an attachment provided for that one too. So there shouldn't be any negative cash at the end of 22 in this one. The other one is about Fund 4006, like how the negative cash had happened there, and then why did we need to borrow money from risk management? Again, this was there is an agreement that we have, and we have emailed you as an attachment from 2008 fiscal year. And we have also emailed an email exchange that happened at that time, like why it was recovered, it was booked in the fund 5003. So again, the reason again at the same time is like again operating costs were not enough to cover the expenditures in this fund, and Fund 4006 is stormwater, which is technically a tax, and you just basically can't just raise the tax without voter approval. So there is a process for that, and this amount that we're asking to cover is basically just the loan that the risk reserve fund has given to this Fund 406. So we're just we're recommending that we just clear that loan from a Fund 406 and then transfer to a risk reserve fund, and just basically clear that transaction, pay on behalf of stormwater fund from the surplus that we have. Okay, yes, and now we have provide how much city pays for every year for these funds that has negative cash. Is this a general practice to cure all the negative funds all at once? So this is not the general practice to cure all negative cash funds all at once. City has only covered a few funds every year, depending on how much the city could afford, depending on the surplus. The last time we did was like in the year 1920. On October 6th, there's a staff report which we emailed to you. And last year, if you remember, the city did write off a negative cash in RHA, about $10 million. So there was a lot, a discussion about that at that time. So this is just the practice, as the city can afford, and you can basically just cover based on that. Shasta, you have something to say? Were you saying something?
I
Okay.
just wanted to make sure that that the council is aware that all of the attachments, I think, Naveen, you said that Councilmember Jimenez had received the response, but the response was distributed to all of the council members and all of the attachments. Thank you.
Okay.
Keep going. You're doing an excellent job.
I just wanted to hear that. Okay. So then there is the report is saying that we have 22.95% reserve, and the city staff is recommending to have 17% reserve. The policy council adopted is 15% reserve. So we did email the new policy that the council has approved, which talks about it's a range from 15 to 20%. And also mentioned about the OPEB policy, where you have to pay, like the city has to pay half of the operating surplus that is above and beyond the minimum policy target level of reserve. So and I think the next segment is, again, I think the snippet from the staff report about the 15 to 20% reserve level. And I did mention about the 5 risk factors based analysis to determine the adequate level of reserve level for the city. So this is basically just the same information. And the final question that we have is explain with a detailed budget why Youth Works no longer needs the remaining funds. So Youth Works, Reimagining Public Safety Youth Work is an annual program, right? So like we did allocate in 21-22 $1.98 million. And in the fiscal year 21-22, the Youth Work program, we had a little bit of saving, about $233,000 in the program. Like they did not spend all that money, and that is the leftover money in the set aside on the balance sheet side. We're just asking that to release. And we also want to point out that the full amount of $1.98 million in Reimagining Public Safety Youth Works is budgeted in 22-23, and it's budgeted fully covered by the ongoing expenditures. And we have attached the year-to-date budget report as a backup and email to you. So it's not that we're taking away money from the program. It's just we're just asking to release the fund balance assignment as the expenditures were covered from the ongoing revenues of the city. Next steps. The city will continue to work on the annual audit and prepare an annual certified financial report, ACFR, and present to the council in December 22 or January 23. And also perform risk factors based analysis to determine adequate reserve level per GFOA guidance. Questions?
Great job, Mubin. You only forgot the financial headwinds.
There you go.
So city staff are continuing to prepare for financial headwinds, which include but are not limited to rising inflation, significant interest rate increases, and real estate corrections. During the last recession, the city of Richmond experienced significant property tax assessment reductions. As such, city staff recommend that the city council begin preparing for potential property tax reductions. In addition, since the city of Richmond was incorporated in 1905, there are unprecedented built environment needs citywide that require additional major investments, i.e. buildings, sidewalks, streets, lighting, and parks. Therefore, it is important that we remain strategic regarding spending and savings to ensure we can address essential current and future city needs. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions from council members? I don't see any hands up.
I think Councilmember Jimenez has. I don't know.
Well, Councilmember Jimenez, you have more questions?
Yeah, if none of my colleagues has question, I want to have some following up. Is that okay?
Sure.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Delmi and Mubin and everybody from finance. You are doing a great job with a few staff, and so I recognize that, and thank you so much. I'm glad that we have a new finance director, and Delmi, you are outstanding, doing outstanding work. So thank you so much, and Mubin, thank you so much for going to all this information. I have some couple of questions to just first of all get more information, especially about the negative funds. And my first question is kind of like looking back at this is why we had this negative fund balance in the first place. Delmi, you mentioned that we had many times clear some of the negative in the past. How many for how much recruiting, like this is a recruiting thing, and it's just like why we had this negative cash balance and continue to have this. That is kind of like one question, and I have 3 more questions, and it's it.
Well, do you want me to address that? I think that in the past, I don't have the record, but Mubin did mention the October 20, agenda report, which was the most recent agenda report that was presented with the list of fund balance that were negative and the intention to try to cure them. Because when we see that funds are uncollectible, the auditors suggest that we do something with them. We clear them if the city has funds. So the intention every year is to bring back some of this analysis in order to see if we need to book something to take the opportunity before we close the books. We only have one period open, and as you know, we're going to be closing the books. By December, we are expected to finalize the audit financial reports. And this is an opportunity to get City Council approval to book some of these entries, to make payments to OPEB, and to make some of these cleaning or adjustments, especially to the budget, so that everything can be in alignment. I know that management staff in several occasions came to City Council in order to clear those funds because they were analyzed to be uncollectible. But if this, it's a City Council decision, and we can continue to see if we can collect them, basically, and to make those contributions. So this is basically an opportunity to make those adjustments at year end.
Yeah.
I don't know if I fully answer the history.
No,
but
you didn't answer my question. That is more structural, and maybe we need to have more time.
Yes, and I think that we have provided several years of Excel analysis, but in order to do a deeper analysis, we will need to go back to prior financial information, records, audit, etc., in order to investigate as to what exactly happened under those funds, and give you a better picture maybe.
Yes, yeah, so I understand that. So that question still is there. So two more questions. One is that the Fund 1051 is a cost recovery, but why that includes sewer bonds and year revenue and other liabilities? What all of this is part of that fund? Because I know like for the public cost recovery funds, is like we cannot have negative or positive balance. Like the idea is that you charge the cost is what you need to provide this service. So the idea is that at the end of the year, you have that kind of like probably zero, or mostly like that. So I just wanted to understand what this fund includes, all of these other things that you mentioned here in answer one.
Well, Mubin, I don't know, you have the history of, I think we're going back to 1051, but I see that 1051, basically, it ended with a negative fund in 2014. I see that revenues were, expenses exceeded, the revenue, and that's basically how it all started. As I mentioned, I can probably pull, we were not expecting to give a presentation and to go so much in detail. So some of the staff that handles those funds are no longer, available to answer in detail some of these questions. But Mubin, I don't know if you have more.
I have some, I can probably address to some degree your question. Why do we have sewer bonds and developer deposits in that fund? It's because that's where the city's engineers were being paid from. So they were the one who were at times, assisting developers in some, some projects or right of way, a type of, request, which required the developer deposits and sewer bonds and all that type of. I don't have like 100% program information, but that's where, these deposits would have come from. But, we can definitely provide you the reasoning behind why exactly those are there. But that's the overall, reason where that would be.
May I also offer a response? So Councilmember Jimenez, what you may have noticed in the recent budget items that have to come before City Council is we outline in the staff reports clearly if there's a non-general fund subsidy needed for specific line items in the budget. So my observation is that probably may have not happened historically. And so now that is part of the practice that we have, where the City Council makes a definitive policy determination if you would like to provide a subsidy to a non-general fund department. It appears as though perhaps in the past that was not a practice. And so that is what I would offer as a general comment. And we appreciate that the City Council has offered policy guidance on which things they want to subsidize, and then staff moves forward accordingly.
Yeah, and this will be back to why we had these negative funds. I think like we need to look into like why, if these are cost recovery funds, what we are continuing to have negative funds. So I think that is kind of like the question that it hasn't been answered, and we will need to
like code
answer.
enforcement used to be cost recovery, right? And then so what's happened over time is that sometimes the City Council has taken cost recovery departments and moved them into the general fund. So there's been sort of two approaches, either if they're not revenue neutral, right? Because maybe the city is providing a higher level of service than could be sustained based on cost recovery, and right, the fees haven't been updated expeditiously. So then we're providing a service potentially below the full cost, and it could also be that projects are taking a longer time to deliver. So if you have a grant, for example, the grant may fund project manager for 12 months, but if it takes staff 18 months to deliver the project, then there's 6 months of salaries and benefits that have to be recovered. And then usually that's what comes back to the general fund. So in generality, that's what I'm describing as probably what transpired. And city staff has, in the 9 attachments, offered considerable backup, and we welcome the opportunity to continue to refine these numbers with you and provide you with additional information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think like that is what it needs to be done to really tackle the problem that we are seeing here and the structural problem that we have, because it's a project, it says 12 months, why we are saying 18 months, and it could be many reasons.
I actually don't think we have a structural problem anymore. I think with this item this evening, with the city council's great leadership, we're putting the historical bad practices to bed.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. So my last question, is you are talking about transferring to the OPEC trust $6 million plus. Why do not make the payments directed through CalPERS? Or
so there is no CalPERS pre-funding policy at this point yet. The staff is working on developing one. We just created CalPERS pre-funding trust 115, and the staff is working on developing a pre-funding policy, which will discuss, either we should make payment to the trust or to CalPERS directly. So there's a little bit of, go ahead, Chasa.
And also OPEB is a benefit that the council provides via meet and confer, right? CalPERS is a requirement, as well as whereas OPEB is a benefit that is a meet and confer. So they're somewhat different and distinct. And so the city has more control over OPEB versus us has less control over CalPERS, because that is an obligation where we receive the actuarial reports and the required contributions from the state.
Okay. Thank you so much. I will. Oh, go ahead, Mubin. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say the Trust 115 pre-funding actually leaves some flexibility in using those funds in the economic downturn situations.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I will planning to make a motion after I hearing my colleagues and other members of the public. And I wanted to say thank you for providing this information, and I think like this should be the standard for this type of items, not to make them on consent calendar. I think like not only us deserve the answers and the explanation, but the public as well. We are making decisions about how to allocate $20 million, and I think this is a conversation that it should be in the public eye. Thank you.
We can certainly do that. Staff is doing the best they can, and sometimes we rush and we put items on consent. There's no malice or nebulous behavior that's intended by the way items are agendized.
No, I understand that. I just think that I just making a comment about how good practice we should be continue to have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Thank you. I also want to thank staff for putting in the extra work and trying to write our fiscal responsibilities. But just curious, I'm a little concerned about YouthWorks. So can you tell me how much YouthWorks spent out of the money that was allocated from them, and whether or not we're working towards expanding the program?
Sure, I can do that. So,
and also, Mubin, Lashonda, if you're on, feel free to interject after Mubin.
Sure. So, so the YouthWorks program had a hybrid funding of some of that was coming from ongoing revenues, and some of that was coming from the fund balance assignment. So fund balance assignment was like $1.3 million. of that, they spent about $1,066,000, which leaves behind $234,000. And I believe they spent majority of the expenditures. However, LaShonda can speak more about it if LaShonda is available.
I am available. Good evening, council members, Mayor Butt, and council members. LaShonda White, Interim Director for Library and Community Services. So Mubin just went over the numbers. So $1.98 million was allocated as part of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force recommendation, and that was budgeted. However, the employment and training staff did not spend that full allocation. As stated earlier, we don't have sufficient number of employment specialists. I do want to note for the record that we recently hired 2 new employment specialists to help support. One is supporting the Youth Works program. The other one is supporting the adult program. So part of us being able to expend the full $1.98 million would be to increase our staffing numbers, which we are trying to do. And we've worked really greatly with human resources. We want to thank them for all of their work. And having more staff available will allow us to appropriately support the 500 young people that the Reimagining Task Force and the council would like for us to support. So we are working towards that goal as hard as we can. I do also want to just publicly thank Bukai and the Youth Work staff for the amazing work they've done with really 2 FTEs that have supported Youth Works for the past year and a half. But we are working towards that goal.
So you feel that 234,000 is enough for the following year?
No. So what is happening is that in fiscal year 21-22, which is last fiscal year, the full amount that was allocated by the city council and the task force based on the task force recommendation was budgeted. We received $1.98 million. We did not spend the full $1.98 million. And so what the finance department is recommending to city council is to release what was not spent last fiscal year back to the fund balance. In the current fiscal year, the full amount of $1.98 million is available to the Employment and Training Youth Works program to provide the services that the city council wants us to provide. And we are doing our best to hire staff in collaboration with human resources so that we can get to that 500 youth number that we want to get to. So we still have $1.98 million available to us in the current fiscal year.
Okay, all right. That's okay. I'm still a little bit confused because the fiscal year starts in July and I don't understand how you know that you have 234,000 available at this point. Considering how budgets fluctuate.
Well, this is for last fiscal year.
This is for last fiscal year, 21-22, which ended on June 30th.
July 1st of 2021 through June 30th of 2022. So that fiscal year has concluded. Okay. So that's why we know how much we've spent and what's remaining that we don't need to use, that we have not used.
So then we have
$1.98 million in 22-23 to programmed for this program.
Correct.
Okay, and you had the same amount the last cycle, and we had
yes,
right, and we had 234 left over.
Yes,
and you want to take that leftover funds and put it back into the general funds.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was trying to understand exactly how that went. Okay. Yes. And then the other question is more, I guess, philosophical, procedural. In making this resolution, staff is asking the city council to change past fiscal policies. Am I correct in saying that?
What we're suggesting, Councilmember Martinez, is previously the council adopted a reserve policy of 15 to 20%. And what we're indicating this evening is based on additional analysis that will be forthcoming from staff using GFOA standards, we may suggest that you increase the reserve levels beyond 20%.
Okay, so then, my understanding is that in making this resolution, we are giving you the ability to make suggestions and not to change policy.
On that specific item, yes.
And
Do you want us to put off the resolution to share screens? Maybe a staff member can pull the resolution, and if it would be helpful, we can walk through it.
okay,
Give us just a moment to pull that, please. Thank you.
no, I do understand the importance of getting rid of negative cash balances.
It's like we're paying off our bad credit cards or something with our checking account is how I look at it.
Right.
If you want to be simple.
Mhm.
And basically, if maybe in the past, the financial experts said, oh, you only need 3 months of reserve for your personal account. Maybe now, because they know we're theoretically in a recession, they might say, oh, you need 6 months of reserves for your personal account. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, understood. I just want to make sure that we don't tap out our checkbook.
Exactly. No, that's not the intent at all. We just want to make sure we don't pay any credit card fees and high interest. So would it be helpful, Madam Clerk? Would you like staff, or would you like to read the resolution, Madam Clerk?
I cannot even see that resolution.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay,
I
he likes to get us close to the screen.
Is somebody asking that the resolution be read?
Well, I'm offering that, Mayor Butt, in order to hopefully have consensus unilaterally on approving this item. Mubin, can you scroll up?
Okay, all of it? Okay. Sure.
Well, I'm not sure we need to read it. If some council member asks it to be read, that's fine, but absent that, I think we need to move on.
Well, I do like to know what it is I'm.
Well, it's in your packet. Did you read it?
I did, and sometimes you read things and you have questions. So,
well, if you have questions, ask them.
I did, and
what's your question?
My question was, in what ways does the resolution in what ways is the resolution enacted without changing previous policies established by the city council? And in what ways does it go counter to previous policies?
Right now, we're proposing the financial, the tables that Mubin previously went over. In terms of the budget adjustments, they're in table 1. And then can you scroll down, Mubin? And then the table 2, we're requesting authorization to proceed with those, with the understanding that these numbers are estimates and they're not the final that will be provided in the audited financials. So there isn't at this juncture, I cannot recall a definitive policy, but council members feel free to interject if you are aware of one, that is contrary to this item. The policy, my understanding is that the policy is we ask you for approval before we implement these items, and then we're going to come back with additional analysis pertaining to the reserve.
For a vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions from city council members? I don't see any. Do we have public speakers?
Yes.
We have one public speaker, Jesse Turan. We're just waiting for the clock to come up and then I will call you to speak. Okay, Jesse, you can unmute yourself and you may begin. Jesse, you there?
If Jesse's not there, I've asked Ms. Velasco to follow up with her directly pertaining to her previous comments and the support that's forthcoming.
Okay, Jesse,
Yeah.
she's,
Deborah Small also has her hands up, but
Okay.
she's in the panelist.
okay, so I'm not getting a response from Jesse at this time.
Okay, I see Deborah Small's hand up.
Deborah, would you like to speak on this item? If so, you may go ahead.
Yes, this is Deborah Small. I'm speaking specifically to the part of the item that deals with the budget for Youth Works. I understand that the city manager is asking for an adjustment in that budget, but I want to make the point that none of this was discussed with the task force before it was brought to city council. And so to the extent, and the reason that all the budget wasn't spent was because the lack of adequate staffing that enabled us to actually process all the applications that were made. But mainly, I just think it's problematic for the city manager and city staff to be making recommendations about this that they have not discussed with the task force at all, or even told us that they intended to do this. So my request is that you actually hold that item in abeyance until that conversation and consultation has taken place.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker.
Okay, would somebody like to make a motion?
I will move the item.
I will make a substitute motion.
Mayor Beck, can I offer a statement, please? The past practice of city council is to set policy direction regarding general fund expenditures. I've never received direction that the reimagining public safety was a recommending body for preliminary unaudited financial numbers for previous fiscal years. So as you may recall, with the adoption of this fiscal year budget, because we didn't know how they were going to end, we provided the same allocation, which was the 1.9 million, again, that line item that Ms. Smalls previously referred to, as a way to mitigate any concerns that pertaining to surplus. So that was how staff thought we could approach it in a thoughtful way, understanding that reimagining public safety is something new the city council has directed staff to do. In the future, if the city council develops a policy for staff to confer with boards or commissions or committees regarding budget appropriations that doesn't conflict with the charter, I would be happy to do so.
Okay, I forgot who made the motion.
We had an original motion, but we did not wait for a second for that item.
Correct. I'll second the original motion.
Okay.
Okay, second by Johnson. Let's roll call vote,
I
please.
will do a
And we
substitute
had a
motion.
substitute motion by Councilmember Hughes.
So based on our conversations about the negative funds and the fact that,
But Councilor, we're on a vote now. Let's vote.
no, I am doing a
We're done
substitute
debating.
motion. I'm sorry, but stop interrupting me. I had the floor
You
for
say
a
her
substitute.
substitute motions so we can see if there's a second and let her tell us what the substitute motion is, please.
What's your substitute motion?
Yeah, so based on this discussion and that we don't have information about how like the negative funds balance, and I think like it is a need for more information about that. My substitute motion will be that we approve the transfers to OPED of $6,102,559. Release the committed and assigned funds recommended to the unassigned reserve, the ones that are recommended in the agenda item, and direct staff to come back with a detailed plan or plan for how the negative funds will be resolved over time. This is my motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
I'll second. Okay.
Okay, let's vote.
At some point after you guys vote, can somebody repeat whatever the final motion is?
Okay, let's vote on the substitute motion. Call a roll, please.
Councilmember Bates,
I'd like to speak on
Okay,
this.
go ahead. You can speak, Councilmember Bates. I didn't see your hand up.
This is not the appropriate way to deal with the significant money of that. What we should have, and I ask my council colleagues to seriously consider having a study session so that we can all, you just don't start spending money about a motion here and a second there without recognizing what the implications they are as it relates to the balance of other areas. There are some areas that we should be discussing. Are we going to put some of this money toward retirement, OPEC, PERS? Should we have an obligation to put this? Need a discussion in a calm atmosphere among all the council members, as well as maybe the study of the community. I don't appreciate just someone making a motion and all of a sudden we're going to move money around. That's not the way you should do with a significant amount of money that we have. So I won't vote for the motion.
Okay, let's call the roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Bates, sorry.
No.
Councilmember Bates. Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Same.
Vice Mayor Martinez,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bates and Mayor Butt voting no.
I have no idea what the motion is. Maybe you could write it up.
I can,
Let me finish the motion. The
Yes,
vote,
so-
please. Okay, so the motion passes with Council Members Bates and Mayor Butt voting no, and Councilmember Willis abstaining. And Councilmember Jimenez, I guess you can repeat what the substitute motion was.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Approve transfer to OPED of $6,102,459. Release the committed and assigned funds to the unassigned fund. And these are the funds recommended in the agenda item tonight. And direct staff to come back with a detailed plan or plans for how the negative fund will be resolved and paid over time. Thank you.
Can I get a clarification? So are you referring to table 2 on page 6 of 8? The table 2 committed assigned fund balances, unaudited preliminary amount subject to change, that total 1.4 million? Is that what you're referring to, Councilmember Jimenez? Or are you referring to the general fund unassigned fund balance reserve on page 7 of 8? I just want to make sure I understand what your motion is.
So you mentioned
I want to refer to this, either the PowerPoint slides or the staff report, so I know exactly.
the staff report. Let's go to the staff report, and it's page 5, where you say committed and unassigned fund balance set aside.
Right, and then it rolls over to page 6. So, but you're referring to table 2, so that equates, so you're approving 6.1 million and 1.4 million, is that correct?
I am approving that we transfer the 6 million and that we unassigned the assigned and committed funds. I am not saying that we are going to move that to any place, but just put it on the unassigned balance, fund balance. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
I
still don't have any
understand.
idea what we voted for, but let's move on.
I just want to flag, I don't understand.
So the funds that you are mentioning are the ones on page 5 and the beginning of page 6. So is the committed and unassigned fund balance set aside? These are that you say see table 2. These
Okay,
are,
so you're saying is all of table 2 approved?
yeah, if that is correct, yes.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what you're, I'm trying to get clarification.
Yes. It's table 2 that says.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Which table were you referring to? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, point of information.
Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Am I clear that this council just voted on a motion that they don't know what the hell they voted on?
That's right.
It was on the consent calendar.
Now you're gonna discuss what you voted on.
Hey,
after
look,
you voted?
the motion has been heard, it's been debated, it's been passed, it's time to move on.
All right.
Okay.
So,
the next
Mr. Mayor,
item-
can I just say, we definitely wanted to move forward with the OPEB amount and the committed and assigned fund balances to release them. The concerns are about the negative funds, and we need that more.
Mr. Mayor.
That needs more detail in terms of how we will utilize or get rid of those going forward over time.
What
So
about
that's
the
how I
RHA?
understood it.
What about the RHA item?
No, this is not like we are voting for what you heard, and so please.
No, I'm asking a clarifying. Am I not? Oh.
So can I repeat the because I think it's clear what we voted on.
I'm saying that I'm not clear. That's why I was asking for clarification. And then I was trying to ask Councilmember McLaughlin, since she was speaking, a clarifying question. So is it then, so on page 7 of 8, you're not approving the 3.489 for Fund 1051 engineering cost recovery. You're not approving Fund 4006 stormwater fund advance write-off, 2.654 million. You're not approving the RHA debt reduction of 307,000, which is an administrative item you've previously approved. You're not approving the historic payroll liability correction of 105,000. Is that correct?
That is what that is how I heard the motion.
Okay,
and
thank
I
you.
was
just
mainly
wanted to
concerned
clarify.
about the OPEB being transferred. So, but that is how I
Look,
heard the motion.
why don't we ask the maker of the motion to answer instead of
sure.
asking for the opinion of somebody who did not make the motion? So I think you ought to direct your questions to Councilmember Jimenez. It was her motion.
Yeah, and I think I respond clearly that the ones we approved the transfers to OPED, and we approved to the release to the committed and assigned funds that are in page 5 to page 6 there. And then we are directing staff to come back with an agenda, with a recommendation and a plan or plans to see how the negative fund will be resolved and paid over time. And this is what we approved. We didn't approve anything more. So I don't know what the discussion is about the other funds. I think like
because table 2 doesn't include everything that's on table 3. So I wanted to make sure that it's clear there's a gap. That they don't align perfectly. So there's a gap. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone's clear there's a gap, and we'll come back again.
Yes. So we are approving the COVID-19 is release, the youth works for the police, reminding public safety, the one start payment, the measure use shortfall that you said, and additional expenditures and asset. This is it. The rest, we like the idea is that city can come back with a plan and more information for us to make decisions about it. Thank you.
Okay, the last item on our agenda is reports of officers. Does anybody have a report? Councilmember Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, on a much more lighter note, myself, City Council Liaison Trina Jackson Lincoln, as well as Mayor Butt and his wife Shirley attended the Obi Matsuri Festival in Shimada, Japan. The Obi Matsuri Festival has been held since 1695, I believe. And our sister city relationship with Shimada, Japan has been going on since 1961. I'd like to thank Ms. Trina Jackson Lincoln for coordinating the trip, for her steadfast work with the Shimada Friendship Commission and with the Student Exchange Program. Also would like to thank the people and officials of Shimada, Japan, for their welcoming, for welcoming us into their city as well as to the festival.
Going on
And the Shimada Friendship Commission
I'd like to
and
thank
NTA Travel Agency
for coordinating the trip, for her steadfast work.
Okay, are you done or are you done, Councilmember? Okay. Any other reports of officers? Any memorial statements? Okay, I believe with that, we are adjourned.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night, Richmond.
Are you
Be
done?
good.
everybody.
Okay.
Be
Any
tight.
other
Good night.
reports of officers?